What's up, everybody? What up? What up? Hold on, I'm coming. What up, everybody? Excuse me. What up? Excuse me. Hold on. I'm running late. Today's Tuesday. I'm sorry. I'm eating on the run. Let me see here. Okay. What up? Y'all know what time it is. Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Let me get my shout outs out the way right quick. Big shout out to Mr. Oh, I see you, fam. Welch, Pitbull Supplements. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William McNeil. I see you, fam. Random person. Southern Kennels returning, or is the girl? That's a good question. Big shout out to my man, Random person, whoever you are. Welcome to the Shark Tank. That's a good question. I don't know. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Skip Bell. What up? What else we got out here? Bulldog, I see you, fam. My man, Eli Monster. What up, fam? Yo, my man. The incomparable Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Double them Despo in the house. Bite down and shake that like button. I see you, fam. Big shout out to the Mad Doctor representing the D. Pitwise Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Talk to the City Kennels. I see you, fam. Okay, I'm caught up on that one. What up, y'all? Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Lately we've been talking about, Marlon Rand, with his pedigrees and all that other stuff. And then we kind of try to take y'all on that border, that line of what good bred dogs do over the years. And for all of us, we know, pretty much what that's like. And for the new ones, I always say that when you new to this and you're trying to learn something, that's the only reason you would be here in the channel, especially a channel like this, because we're going to be talking about the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier. The history. After 30 plus years dealing with these American Pit Bull Terriers, back then in the days when, the pit bull was that, for us, that's what it was. I mean, the concept and the way of thinking, I would think would be so much different for the now compared to what it was for the then. It all depends on who has the dogs. There was a lot more when you're growing up in a society that the core of the game, and we did talk about this, about, you wanted to be, like the people that you've been around. The people that you have been blessed with an opportunity to be around. I heard people, a lot of people who ever been anything in this game, they got, their training, their tutelage under somebody that was great. Regardless of how Maurice Carver was, how Earl was, and all the way down to Mayfield. And then you just keep coming down the line because, a lot of us can sit here and, that's documented history. But the other part of that documented history is you hear other people tell their stories, and you'll hear the mentors, and I don't want to go through all the names, but then we all have, at this big old country, this big old world, everybody has some type of mentor that had some type of status to their relationship with when it came down to these dogs. And for a lot of them, and I'm speaking to history, because for the majority, the thing was you were trying to create the ultimate dog slash bloodline that would one day be considered great. Now, was that at the top of the list for us? No. But what was at the top of the list was actually getting there. Everything up to getting to when you looked at something and you felt like you made it. I don't think we ever accomplished that. Because it wasn't about making it. Yeah, we had good dogs. Yeah, we was always winning. But there was so many things that, knowing what you know now, that you could have did better. I think we could have been, done a lot more things different, and could have possibly put us on that level of the other great kennels that we talk about, because they had longevity. When you have longevity, the fruits of your work, it tends to follow you. And like I said, we still talk about certain things after all these years. Y'all see that. That's what the bulldog game is based off of. Y'all know that. That's why we still talk about Jeep and Red Boy and Yellow. The dog's been dead, I'm telling you, had to be well over 30 years, man. But Ben, we like to go back there and play with those type of things. And you see those type of things. Makes you wonder, moving forward, I've sat here and I've told y'all that conversation don't never change. We've all been through, the game, the same stories that you read way back here in 1990 and 1982 and 1985. If you stop and read some of these stories, you would think they would be talking about the now. Only difference is, we had journals and books, and, I always felt like, hey, if y'all ever had these books and some of these journals, I know it might not mean nothing to a lot of you, but, it's the history. It's almost like a documented history. It's not like picking up Ed Crenshaw's book or other people's book. The thing I like about the magazines, the American Game Dog Times and the Sport and Dog Journal, is you had input from from the community. And trust me, this is a worldwide community that I'm talking about here. I mean, this community has so much more now than we had back then. I mean, we had the journal. We had a couple of journals, but our reach was only but so far. Our reach was only but so far. But it got around. It's not like if something happened way over there that you wouldn't know about it. Them times, just because you got this internet shit don't mean, information still don't travel. Information has always been, getting around. if you're in the know, you need to know. If you're not in the know, then you don't need to know. That still held true for my time, way back then. But the reason I talk about it, because man, I don't know how many times y'all pick up a like a book and or even just be watching some videos. Now I know we get around on a lot of these videos. We try to support everybody, even though it might be in the back street, but I do get out and just check out what's actually going on in the communities. Try to stay close by, especially if I'm going to call a call. That gives me something to listen to while I'm riding. But it's funny because when I look back on it now, I be laughing because we were one of them guys, that's they be talk about in the book, you know, I liked it about, I read a lot of Fat Bill stuff because he was sporting American Game Dog Times. It gave you more of a detail of the matches, and they also gave you, a lot of other people's input. No holds bar type of situation. You know what I'm saying? And you see all the names, man. See all the names. I mean, I'm just running down a couple of them. I don't know if y'all ever got these books or anything, but I always go back to Fat Bill stuff because I just liked his stuff. But look, you got the Hootens. I mean, if y'all ain't never had these books, what I was trying to do is get down to a story, and I'm gonna find the story, and my boy's locked out right there, but it had a good point to it. Let me see. I'm trying to find it here, but it had a good point that happened to catch my attention a while back, and I happened to be can't remember. I was watching the show when somebody was basically trying to explain that things back in the day, and almost like it was supposed to be some big difference. When I say big difference, I'm talking about the dog man. Because to me, the dog man ain't never gonna change. Just like the dogs. We're gonna be talking about American Pit Bull Terriers. We're gonna be talking about American Pit Bull Terriers, y'all. I mean, I'm gonna find this story, but we're gonna be talking about American Pit Bull Terriers. When it come down to the dog man, I mean, I can't understand what part of the dog man is supposed to change. I always wondered, for that to be a good conversation, the same kind of person it took to raise and deal with these dogs back in my time is the same exact type of dog man that they was doing 100 years before me. So I always looked at the dog man mentality always gonna be the same. The same old everything that come with this game, man. It's just a miracle how when we talk about it, it never really changed. I'm trying to get to the story right here. I had it and got distracted when my grandson called me. Let me see here. But let me see. I'm trying to get down to this story, man, because it's just one of them ones that will have you kind of be like, "Dang, twin, how old is that?" Man, that's back in 1982. That's how old it is. But if you hear him talking, I mean, if you just watch the conversation, it's one of them times where I didn't want to get into the politics of the game. But I'm gonna start with this one right here. The American Game Dog All Stars. You see, you got Tans Grand Champion Yellow RM, Buffalo Bills Grand Champion Handicap, Corey's Grand Champion Banjo, Fat Bills Champion Bolero, STP's Grand Champion Buck, and Roblox Grand Champion Joy. You know what I'm saying here? After 3 rounds of very close voting, Grand Champion Joy has been voted an all-star with 87 votes. Joey has received more single votes so far than any one dog. Each time he would miss the list by a margin of 10 votes or less. Grand Champion Joey is very popular amongst the core of the game. Grand Champion Buck can add this accolade to many he has deservedly acquired. Joey is a stud through Robot Boy. Buck passed away a few years ago, but many good dogs carry him in their breedings. Congratulations to both the great dogs. Now, as y'all know, I don't know if y'all know who Roadblock is. You know, a lot of people really do not think, didn't think highly of Joy, but regardless of what people say, you know, you got to beat the dog. You know, you got to beat the dog. And Joy was just one of them dogs, and he was in the right person's hands because, you know, nobody had more talk than McNasty. Mr. T was kind of laid back with McNasty. And Joy was one of them dogs that you would see him go and just swear up and down that you would have something that could beat him. And see, that's when you get to that kind of status right there and you're talked about, you know, amongst the core of the group. Now, remember, this is American Game Dog Times. If you never had these, if Fat Bill still have them, you need to get the collection. And I tell people that simply because it's good information. If you're trying to just sit back, just come to these videos and hear people talk about it. But then these things are like memory that's locked in time. And I was around when Joey was around. And he was deserving of his accolades. You know, get out of the, you know, you might not like the person, but you got to give the dog his credit. And that's one of the things that one of the things we carried with us back in the day. Dog man, beyond all the crazy, because, you know, a lot of people could talk junk about every dog that was on that all-star list for that year. You know, just being named to that list, you know, was an honor, because it's just like being a champion or a grand champion. Those things back in that time period, it carried some type of weight. Now, if you was slacking based on which core of the game you was playing with, you know, that was a different story, because it limited your ability to get the respect that you would deserve. You know, that's why people got around. That's why you go into these journals and some of these old shows, and you know, these were big shows. But in the same token, when you had big shows like that, you had pretty much had a lot of people there and all the right faces from different places. So that carried a lot of weight. That's the core of the game. That's how things generally got around. Let me see. I wanted to get into this. I don't know if I want to get into that because you know how I feel about talking politics. But let me see what he said. There was another. Let me see. There was a conversation on here. Let me see. I'm trying to find it, man. Y'all gotta forgive me. Right here. They ain't being fair. Right there it says, ooh, son, this is just not right. This is just triple A terrible. It's not right. My friend Bobby is not the bad guy here, son. A few more facts. It was a private show, but Bert gets greedy and triples the gate receipts. Bart and Coy agree on a drunk as a ref. Coy doesn't accept the ref's ruling. Then I guess that's why. Then why have a ref without a ref? It's a damn luck, and nobody has a shot. And you give Bobby shit over his statement. No, you got the balls of steel, Fat Bill. It's your scratch. Now you can imagine what that kind of shit was about. But I wanted to get y'all down to the match that they were talking about. But outside of that, let me see. But I'm trying, history is something that we talk about over here because we lived it, y'all. A lot of these things here that's in these books and a lot of these people might be new to some of y'all, but old to a lot of us. And it was a different time. You know, as I look down through here and y'all watch me pass through here, there's a lot going on in these books. And I mean, he has many books, and there's a lot of good reading in them. But the things I like about it because it takes me back there. Where the Dukes and the Jeeps and all the old dogs of the day, they were there. You know, you're finding these dogs in your first, second generation, and then you know the people that's involved, and then you think about all the raggediness that comes with it. Because at some time, y'all, we have all at some point had them bad days where things happen. I wouldn't care if it was a kennel accident, you know, dog stolen, or some type of, all the shit that just goes wrong with dealing with these dogs. The people ain't right. There are stories in these books of these same things. And then you wonder why people get bad names. But did it stop people from doing what they needed to do? Nope. Nope, never stopped people from doing what they needed to do. The game kept right on along. And you can't say I couldn't act like it never happened because that's one of the things about this game. They weren't, for all I know, this game it's not forgiving. You know, you get that bad name, you're done. And there's a lot of people back in the day who were known to be funny. Y'all heard the story about Maurice Carver? I'm trying to find Brunson. They had Fergie and Brunson. Yeah. Tadpole. Yeah, Fergie Brunson and Tap. Yeah. With Grand Champion Brunson. Right. Another dog that we was really familiar with, but it was a great story because it was a great match. Bronson and Grand Champion Bronson and Tadpole happened right up our way. And yeah, Duke was on the same card. Yeah, they was on the same card. But they both, they both died that night. But it's just one of them stories you be like, okay, this for greatness. This is how you become great. Because you had two great dogs, two actually great kennels. Because Fergie, I think still one of the best conditioners of all time would have to be Fergie. He was a good one, y'all. He was a good one. And so you look at just knowing a person like him with the dog, and he's a great conditioner. It wasn't nothing to see 3 hours out of Fergie shit, y'all. That's why I'm trying to find this fight because Bronson was still able to scratch at 3 hours and 9 minutes. I mean, and I think that scratch was a scratch to win to a DOA. So they was ruthless about it then. You wasn't, you still had to scratch to win back then. I don't know, people, they be losing their brains when they hear that, but I'm just saying, that's not true.
You're supposed to have to scratch.
You shouldn't have to. But they made an agreement that they was going, this is how we going to do it. If he scratched, then he win. And so that was an agreement they made, and that's the agreement they stuck by, and that's how that went. And I'm just crazy now because I'm just sitting here bugging out because I had the story right here and got too much to be doing. Be trying to find it. So I done gave up. But yeah, it's not much I can talk about when it comes to this. That's why I let Mo dive into it. I just seen the story because it was actually one of the shows that happened up our way, and we was on one of those shows that they were talking about, and there was a lot of dogs that night, good dogs. And I told you, Mikey, he won best in show, right? He won best in show against some of these great dogs that was there that night. I'm telling you, best in show, and it was one of the big shows. So I got to tell you how the kind of dog he was, but I be looking at it when you're trying to deal with these bulldogs, man. And I mean, at least from our standpoint, you know, I can go down through all of these and you can read all the stories, but there's so much of it that's not out here, you know.
That was in the 80s.
We in the 80s and the 90s, and I mean, I see blood sport, I see behinds, but you don't see none of their books. You know, you got the Banner Boys, hardcore. I mean, there's so many of them, man. Yeah. It says, they're telling them about right here. Let's see if I can find it. Get this here. It says round 2, G Buck Journal Review. I just don't like reading though.
It's gone. You see tadpole.
No, I mean the story was I don't think I got down that far with the tadpole story. I thought it would be up sooner. But my thing was can you be the same bulldogger, you know, with that same grit, that same intensity that these dudes was? Because these men right here, they took this shit serious. I mean, they say Fergie, he didn't run from nothing. All you needed was $500, and he wasn't betting no more than $500. Let everybody else feel it. You know, everybody else built in. Because every time Fergie was going down, you know how Fergie was, everybody was trying to get on. See, we was doing that shit way back then. Right here, they talk shit about bent over. How he messed up everybody. Let's see, that's the All Stars. I know I was on this page here. I didn't that far down. I just hit the button and it just threw me off. See, I'm frustrated now, so Floyd, that's the pig picking. Yeah. Nah, I ain't gonna be able to find it. I thought I was gonna have it all set up, and it's just too much for me. I can't find it. Here, but I'm gonna go over this part. This here was almost one of the representations I was talking about. This line right here, fellas. See if I can get this in here. So you want to breed a dog that will be thought of by all who see them as great. All those that remember him after he is gone speak with reverence. This is the goal of all dogmen, young and old alike. Now, I would have to agree with that statement. I would have to agree with that statement. But as you read this, and like I said, I ain't into that sitting here trying to read y'all no story. But just so my viewers can hear it, I'm gonna try this because I'm not trying to read the whole thing, but the parts that I think is critical to me. Because that's how old it is. But if I didn't tell you the age of it, it'd be like I was talking about today. Many are put to the test in the dog business on a daily basis. They have to deal with conflict from their families, friends, fellow dogmen, clergy, and law enforcement over their love for the American game dog. This is all part of the quest you have chosen. For if it was easy, there would be many on the path, as it would be wide as the Mississippi and flat as Texas. But it ain't. No, my friends, the path to being a true dog man is tough, a lifestyle as you will ever find. And the more you succeed, you know when you start winning, guess what? No one likes you anymore. This is a hell of a payoff for all that hard work. Listen here, if you are looking for kudos from your comrades as fulfillment, then turn back now, which list D is still sane. The critics of Carver Tactics can talk all they want, but the story goes that over 3/4 of the dogs in the first two books of the Sport and Dog Journal's champions had Carver on their pedigree. Maurice Carver left a mark on the game that will be there as long as pit bull dogs walk the face of this earth. His name is indelible placed upon the sport. How can you leave such a mark? Determination, hard work are a good place to start. Looking forward to struggling, taking chances, and being prepared for winning and losing as they will both be yours. With these thoughts before you, let me lay this plan on you. Many people say, Fat Bill, if you were starting over in the dogs, what would you do? Well, if I knew exactly what to do, I could make a million. From this constant questioning, I have come up with a plan. For one to start in dogs with. Now, I'm not going to go over the plan. Because if you want the plan, you need to get the book. But the important part to me is if, first of all, Fat Bill have a lot of these. He will come in back in that time period. And he was the Fat Bill. He knew what he was talking about because he was part of that core. I mean, he's running the magazine, but I found a lot of truth in a lot of shit he said, and it's truth for me now because I lived it. Everything he's saying, I mean, this is what the average. I mean, this is what the Bulldog man off the jump. Get ready to deal with that right there. The wins, the losses, the popos, the taking the chances. Everything that he spoke in them couple paragraphs is not just his way of thinking, but the core of the American Pit Bull community. Not just in that time, not just because he said it for that time right there. It's been like that since before him. And before that, and then way after that. All this is this part of the game. That's the core of the game. And I'm telling you, that part ain't never gonna change, y'all. Now, true enough, I've had people, based on the last show, I try to tell you I'm kind of like do the politics thing, because when it gets down to that kind of stuff, you got to really know the history of, first of all, the game, and then the true reality of the times and the people and the dogs. We all know that things was different back then. I mean, ain't got to be no secret on that. I never looked at that as being a conversation piece because hell, I didn't live during slavery times. I don't know how slavery was. But I would expect, being that coming from a family that had people, great grandparents were slaves and everything, and the stories that come down the grapevine and how they survived through all that, that was for that time. And everything that came after that. And these dogs were basically the same way. But see, when you start seeing shit change, it's either going to change for the worse or it's going to change for the better. The American Pit Bull Terrier has come a long way. So when people say dogs of yesterday better than the dogs of today, well, back when Tater and them was doing their thing, and they had Centipede and all them, the core of the game wasn't that big, y'all. They was just getting into it, But they was testing that shit. And that shit meant a lot to them. Now, you put yourself back in that time period. I mean, you talking about, look at the time period. At some period, the Great Depression came in, and, you had bootlegging and same old shit that we have. Gangsters and all kind of shit. But when it came down to the dog part of it, the goal was still to have the better warrior. And they all had their ways of doing it. And we have documented so many stories, even though I don't see too many brothers' stories on here. That's the sad part about it, because you only get one side of the story. But if you look into the story the way it needs to be told, there's always two sides of the story. I mean, everybody be hollering at Kobe, but don't nobody want to talk about the black guy that Kobe was getting them dogs from. They always say, we talk about Daibo, but then nobody really talks about how Tater actually got his hands on Daibo. We even told y'all there was a time where, in our lifetime, and we grown. I think we about 19, 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? When they were still down south thinking, we had to come into the back door. You know, nobody walks through the front. Nobody ever walked through my front door. But you come around the back. You know, I lived in that era. That shit was still going on as a grown man at the age of 19 in North Carolina. But I was there. I was around. I was during the conversations. I was hearing the back and the forths when they had the. It was a deal. It was, you know, there was a time when Bill and Tom Garner and they was all cool. You look at some of the. I mean, if you have Bill's books, you could go back and you could see just how cool that community really was. You know what I'm saying? You see a couple specks, you know, here and there along the line because we hadn't really gotten too involved and gotten deep. They hadn't really let them, you know, it was like we was blackballed. But then you got to remember the people who was getting their foot in the door, like people like Pope, people like the Masons. You heard Miss Eminem talk about, you know, talk to him, and then when they finally meet him in person, they thought they was white, you know, and then some wouldn't do the deal, and some would just be like put in a position that they stuck to having to do it. But that shit ran rapid. But one thing about it though, when it came down to the dogs was worthy of, you know, holding on to. I mean, remember, we didn't really get our hands. I mean, I heard some of the Denny Green stories back when Poe was doing his thing, and I heard his story, and it was kind of like somebody else had told me basically the same story, and even old Cheryl Powell was telling me about, you know, you know, you ain't getting no dogs from over there, but he could, you know. Everybody else around there, they was getting the trash shit, you know. But we was going to get the good shit because they had a deal. You know, what nobody's supposed to be selling, no dogs. You know, they ain't supposed to get out, y'all. I don't know if this was, right, I'm pretty sure it was pretty big back then because if you know some of the big names, you know how they was. So, yeah, they was giving to us, but then you know, look who we was rolling with. You know, they had to, you know, they had my big sheriff buddy in their pocket. Maybe that's why we was getting what we was getting, because he straight had some good shit himself. And he definitely took us on a lot of yards. So I guess being the sheriff in a little town, that does matter. But when it came down to the bulldogging part of it, you know, we had a chance to see what that part looked like too. Because we did beat up a couple people while we was down there in that Carolina area. And maybe that's why Bruiser and who was that? Bruiser and got stolen. Was that just Bruiser got stolen? Yeah, that's probably right after that we with that champion Thor down there, Bruiser came up missing. You know, you would think who would be wanting to steal a bulldog? That dog been on that yard all that time, and all of a sudden, right after that, he wind up stolen. But shit like that. But the dog and the people themselves, they still had that one major goal in mind, and that would they wanted to have the best bred dogs that you could possibly have, or at least have their name on it. And it is a lifestyle. You know, for a lot of them, and the stories I be reading, man, I've lived that lifestyle. And yes, you know, if I could have found a story, it was over 100 people. It was 10 fights that night. It was over 100 people. And we ate, sat down and drank and talked bulldogs. Yeah, it was actually called the Grand Champion Luther Invitationals. That's what it was called. Yeah, but it's in here. but it's just one of them stories. You on a big ass car and everybody there. You know, we still new to the game, but we there.
That was our first match.
Yeah, first match up north, and that was into them. But it was a lot of great dogs in there. I told y'all we got on.
No, I'm talking about the Duke Fergie match.
Yeah, Fergie. They had the Dunk fight on there too. It was Dunk, Bronson, it was, Bronson and Tadpole. Uh, Dolomite was going for his grand championship that same night. And then we had Mikey.
Mike wasn't on that card.
No, Mikey was on the one that
That was the one in Akron.
we did him in Akron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I get them two mixed up. But yeah, it was a lot of shit that was going on, man. And if you had been, and this happened, that was up in Erie, PA. Now you remember Erie, PA, and Warren, Ohio. They like right next. They right there. So that area has always been hot when it came down to bulldogs. Great bulldogs, and they ain't had no problem matching them up. But you don't read about. It's like when I see Legion of Doom in here, outside of here, I bet you some of y'all don't have. You probably heard of the Great Luther, but you have no idea who the Legion really was. Which is a shock to me because again, there was a dog out there called Robert T. Man that you know that would have been Kenny Allen's number 10. So he would have had two double grand champions, and that Legion of Doom had something for his ass, and his name was Dolomite. Doom, no, Champion Doom. But they would still have that Dolomite shit too with Luther.
Yeah, because Dolomite's brother.
Right. But that Doom, yeah. Yeah, Doom took out Robert T. But it's some kind of things, man, that people don't be knowing them little crazy stories. But them be them nights and brothers be like, yeah, we always was hooking up now. They had no problems doing that. And you got to think about the dogs that they was hooking up with. When you look at Robert into the Legion of Doom's their dogs, they're gonna look just like them Satan dogs because them people they didn't really that's they kind of breed. That's what they doing. That's what they was holding on to. I'm just telling y'all. You had sections and pockets of people that had them type of dogs. That was rough like that.
Black dog.
And yeah, and they to me they don't seem like they will get the recognition because them dogs, on a consistent basis, they was great dogs.
It was black.
They was black dogs.
It sure was.
You know what I'm saying? And
Duke was it, but
yeah, doing what Luther and Dolomite was, and Satan and BJ and all them was too. But them people, them men, only get spoke on when we speak on them, and there's so many of them that was really truly like that. So if you didn't have these little books here, you didn't catch the story. You'd be reading along and get familiar, get all caught up in the book, and you would read Legion of Doom, but you wouldn't even have no idea what them was some brothers. It's not the fact that it don't matter. It's just the fact that when you scrolling down through here, you see a whole lot of white faces and barely see a black face. And generally, when something's got your attention, and I always tell you the color don't matter, but sometimes, when you telling a story and you leave out certain parts, then that story it's not being told the true essence of what the deal really is. And that's why I speak on them things because we told y'all from day one when we started this show, day one, that we was going to be representing a whole damn near century of brothers who needed to have their recognition. I mean, at least from us, because I still see them in people's pedigrees. I still see people talk about a lot of the people dogs I see. I see people in these magazines. I see people who wrote stories on some of these people. But a lot of you people who are in the game don't know these people. You know, and there's a lot of people that's not in these books or not something that you can read on. And guess what? This game was not just built behind just the books because you didn't need the book to become great. But I'm just tell you right now, without the book, you would have never been anything to talk about. And that right there, because of the books, is why some of these men are so well and so much talked about. How could you not know Maurice Carver and Floyd Boudreaux? But because if he was getting a book sale, I think, and Bart Sorrell, they was buying up whole pages and shit. But if you get the books, you'll notice that they weren't the only ones buying up pages, but you very rarely seen, because we wasn't really, people like brothers wasn't selling dogs at the time. They were getting dogs. We were having an opportunity to go breed, get good stuff for 500. You know, get an opportunity. This is why it was nothing for us to have that mentality to go breed to a champion. If you had this book with Fat Bill, you will notice he said the same thing. He go get him a female. That's how he gonna start, and he gonna go find him a champion. I mean, he's getting me back. I want you to go buy his stuff. I ain't never been a hater. I have all the respect in the world for the man and him as a dog man. Period. And his books and them journals. I mean, I know Ed kind of looked out for us because you did get a book from him signed, right? From James Crenshaw. Okay, but we already know the stories on David Tank. I always felt like that same shit about the Walker Mall situation too, but they was money hungry. But it's just certain things that you learn and you seen along the way that you knew how people were. That's all. And over here, we just talk about the people that y'all might not know about. Like y'all see a whole lot of Stone City. And I can't remember who that was. It was Rocco. Somebody in the chat spoke on them, but I only talk about them because of my respect for them, the hardcores and all the other people the Mo named. But you very rarely hear and see those people. But then we get so many comments of when some of these guys, whether they're dead or not, you know, these was people from all over the country. Yeah, they're going to, hey, twin, I remember. Yeah, so and so. Yeah, yeah. Everybody remembers. It'd be good for them to hear. Or we're talking about a dog that, you know, nobody really knows about, but then they know that person, and all of a sudden it brings back memories for them. That's what our conversations are for, you know, the history. Because those dogs have just much as input on that part of the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier than what Tudor and Lightner and all them had going on in the beginning. Because what that shit that they had on going on in the beginning was good, but that shit that led to everything that came after that got better. And you know why I can say that? Because the competition got better. And you know why it had to get better? Because you had more people doing it. And the more people you had doing it, you start seeing the separation in class. And then you go down and you can read these books. It's documented. You know, it's a different story when you got people out there talk about, yeah, this, that. But these stories go way, way back. And these stories are generally happening and being told around the time of it happening. So yeah, them stories hold some weight for me. Because some of them stories I find myself in. I'll be like, yep, I was there for that one too. Now imagine how Bill was, as much as he got a chance to see. He's he's the editor of this thing. You know? So, and then you had people from Ireland and every parts of the country. They had a place to input and call you out if you didn't do right by your deal. You're going to find it over there. Somebody didn't do the right thing. What, you read that one? Yeah, that was crazy too. Yeah, but that story should down in here somewhere because it was straight about oh boy, and that night. But yeah, man, I'm gonna turn this over to Mo. But y'all just ride us out with this thing because um, one thing I wasn't trying to avoid a conversation somebody made. You know, they had it in the comment section about trying to keep it real about race in the dogs. Well, fella, it don't take rocket scientists to even think that as much as we deal with racism now, come on now, race is always going to be an issue in everything that happens. But you also have to also remember it all came together when the day came. It all had to happen. It all had to come together. You know, regardless of what the situation was, in order for them to be over there and me to be over here, you know what I'm saying? We had to come to some type of agreement. For us to even have our hands on them dogs. Now you think about this. Somebody made a good point. Okay, you got Hollingworth and David Tent, the two of the two racist people you know. But Victor, my man Victor, wind up with the dogs. And people wonder how that happened. Well, at some point, in order for Victor to get the dogs actually from Tant, I don't think he got them from Hollingworth. He got them from Hollingworth. How did Tant end up holding him hostage? Where he had to pay that extra money.
He made the breeding.
Okay. Yep. Okay. We'll know more about that story. I know just some extra money had to come up to even make it happen.
Old man got sick.
Yeah, because California Jack was supposed to really have fell into that situation. But the thing is, fellas, the thing.
First one, he got to pick over the yard. He didn't want to know.
Yeah, well, who so is that where Victor came and said, "I'll take whatever he don't want"?
Mm-hmm.
But who was he talking to? Hollingworth?
Mm-hmm.
Victor was, and they're trying to say that Hollingworth was all racist like that.
You can really understand, Victor.
You know, and those are the kind of things I'd be like, I don't know though, because you can barely big, have it unless it was a middleman, and I know that middleman wouldn't have been David Tant, because I don't think that would have been it. That would have been the middleman. It would have had somebody else to be a middleman, because Victor could barely talk enough English, and if old man Hollingworth was old to the point, I know he would know in the hell he would have been understanding shit Victor was saying. You know what I mean? But the deal happened. And to me, when you start calling people racist, they mean they don't deal with the other kind at all. At all. And that's not to try to determine either good or bad. No. You are racist to me. I mean, you don't deal with that at all. Now, for the ones who do deal with it and still be acting that way, them the ones to be like, well, I got a black friend. Do you get passes? No, it's just we know that story. But we do. I mean, black friend is cool. At least they got a black friend. You know, those things don't. Those aren't like slapping the faces and something to call people out on. There's a lot of damn houses I've probably been to in my lifetime that they didn't like black people, but they didn't let me know it. You know, and that's just the way that part of the game was, and that's why I'm not gonna sit here and beat them up or make it like it was a big deal, because if it don't be for them letting us in, we would have never been able to take over like we did, because that's basically what happened. And I say take over because, listen, when you had that many of us who now, where they don't get along, now we can take that from over here and that from over here, and we can go back into our little spots and we put it together our damn self. Or they could put this together and put that together and then say, hey, well, we don't even got to get out and take the risk. Let them take the risk. Let them get the dogs. See, a whole lot of shit changed. You know, faces, all types of dogs start changing. Hell, the damn rules start changing. But as you'll notice in here, in some of these things, we were having conventions. Like, it wasn't nothing for us to see 100 people. Nothing. You would think that was the norm. So I tell you what, how long ago it was. I mean, we did get in trouble in 2008. 2008. So 2008, from 2008 to 1982. That's a long stretch, bro. That was a long stretch. And so, understanding the people that we met along the way, that's where the blessings come in. That's where the brothers come in. That's where, you know, white and black to me and Hispanic came in. You see how everybody maneuvering down through here like this. Like, what everybody doing down through here with all this going on? We way up in the cut getting treated swell. We way up in the mountain, you know, and you ain't got nothing to worry about. You're gonna be all right. You know, those are the times I'm talking about. This is why I don't be looking at the craziness, you know, because in the core of the game, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Because in the core of the game, it was all about that dog and shit. You know, that it didn't matter. And so that's one of the reasons why I don't get on that, because I've met so many and been in rooms with so many and congregated and been, you know, and broke bread with so many that, yeah, not saying what didn't happen, but I'm talking about the core of the game, because in the core of the game, I'm talking about the people I'm talking about. I put them in the legendary category. I put them in there as the greats, because y'all still talk about a lot of these damn people today. So hold on. That's the same thing we started out talking about. Everybody wanted to be great. Well, that's a true damn statement. Everybody was trying to breed up that storm. Everybody was trying to have that number, you know, that deal. Everybody. That core group is the reason why y'all have the dogs that y'all have even now today. Because, you know, look at some of the breedings. If y'all pick up and look at the breedings from where we jumped in, and the dogs over the next 15 years, from 2008 and the next 10 to 15 years after that, and look at all the dogs that came off this our shit. All them dogs, just off our shit. And we still tell y'all, we still ain't nothing like the Stone Cities, the Hardcores, the M&Ms. It's a lot more bigger than us. I'm just put it that way. the the Loctites. Well, you already see Loctites still way back in the day. The super kennels. I mean, there's a lot of so many more. Yeah, Shady Day, Strictly Business. That's DSK. Matt can't got to give Mad a little love. Mad, yup. Rudy. I mean, see, all these people that we go when we get into them little situations, it'd be like, fellas, there's a lot of names because there was a lot of damn people because we was doing a lot of damn dogs. Now, that's the history right there. That ain't no. I mean, that's the reality of it. And these people, they somewhere in your country, somewhere in your neighborhood, somewhere in your section of the United States, that they can stand out. And after all this time, I can say their name, and people can still hit me up and be like, "Yo, that was my boy. Yo, y'all said something about dog. I seen him." I mean, all them guys had great dogs. All them guys was in the core of what I call the community of the American Pit Bull Terrier. So I'm not going to sit here and act like there was a divide there when, for me, no, no, because we was there to be bulldog. I wouldn't know how your personal feelings was. No, I'm pretty sure. I hope in them when we did 3 shows, I hope when the people came that they didn't feel like we was gonna be some, you know, question us as far as being guests and how we would treat people. No, I was treating people the same way they was treating me when they showed up when I showed up at their spot. It was one of them things that don't know you, you don't know me, but we know each other now. I mean, we here. This is what we're doing. We're gonna be doing. And then in the end, you have something to sit back and talk about. Hell, you might even get a phone call. Yo, twin, I like that dog. Somebody gonna say something. I always did. So that bulldog man, it's a lot to want to be that. But he gonna be the same man of 100 years ago, and he's gonna be the same man 100 years into the future because it is what it is. Now, I'm not telling anybody what to do or how to do it. What nobody telling us and what nobody telling none of them what to do and how to do it back in the day. It's a lifestyle. Remember what I said? That's what it says. It's a lifestyle. It's all the shit that comes with it. But the one thing that was important to everybody is they all wanted to have something that somebody, or at least anybody, respect their work. That's what it boiled down to. Your work will speak for itself. With that, I'm going to leave this off to Mo. I wasn't trying to take up the rest of the night. Big shout out to my man Bulldog. He said, I'm thinking about trying to give some of the younger Bulldoggers a platform to speak. Big Doe, I see you, fam. And you're right, Bulldog. But because I know when I look at some of the guys in the Shark Tank, it's so much out there that when you look at some of the people and they know what the hell I'm talking about. They don't need nothing to be broken down. They already got their way of doing things and how to do it, and can be great mentors if you ever just listen. Because not everybody in this game, trusted everybody. Trust is only as far as you can see somebody. That's basically how we all worked. But when you're looking at the relationships, how do you make relationships? How do you get a chance to go 3 to that grand champion. Twin, how was y'all getting that on all them people's yards? My people knew some people, and some people knew my people, and then my people make it happen, Captain. That's basically how it was happening. And anytime you're doing business with somebody, I want to make sure that, that's not the end of the business transaction. We can do more business together, especially if things come out all right. Hell, Mo was giving up, shit didn't work out, and they say, between, I owe you one, and Mo would send somebody else to take. Remember that one you owe me? I'm gonna let so and so have that, and they be like, cool, cause I owe it to you, so it's yours to give away, and be true to that. I don't know if people be like that these days, but it wasn't. We done that a couple. I seen that happen a couple times. So it's not like everybody in the game was shitty or nothing like that. I just speak on the part of the game, and I call that the core, because the core of the game, when you look and do what I'm doing and look down to some of these, you will see a lot of the same names keep popping up. And you'll see why them same names, there are some of them same names you see in your pedigrees, with them CHs and them GRs, or them PORs or those ROMs. Might not be as popular like the Divines. Been around the game a long time. But for that certain area, yeah, they well known. In the game, for people like us to know them, they well known. That's a big accomplishment. Remember I was just at a show and the guys, they all in the Bulldogs, and that's Mr. Divine right there, and you ready to holler about taking a picture with me when that picture right there gonna be worth more money than a picture with me. Because I can literally almost tell you that's over 60 plus years of bulldogging, if not more. So when you got your name tagged on, stamped to something, and it played a major role, of course it stuck with you. But that works on both sides. There's blacks and whites and Latinos that got their names slapped all over this game. All over it. It ain't like it used to be. It's just now the story has to be told, and that's why we tell it, because there's not a blank book in that history. There is a chronographical timeline that shows that change. Like, being that we was living, starting from 1982 to up to, I guess I put it like this, you just never stop knowing and understanding and watching and seeing the success. Because if the dogs mean anything to you, then you're always going to respect the dog. So how are you going to not respect the history of the dog? That's where I'm going. On you, Mo. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button, man. Let me give my shouts out to my man 614 Tree. I see you. Big Doe. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Skip Bell. What up, fam? I did hit my sense talk of the city. Pitwise Kennels, I see you, man. What up, fam? Mr. McMahon. All right, it's on here. Yeah. Big shout out to my man Chico Nicholas. Oh, my thing ain't doing the right thing. My phone did not install these. Go ahead and get them, man, while I'm sitting up here. Let me give a big shout out to my man Anthro. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. What up, fam? The Stoic Dog, man. I see you, fam. My man Chico Nicholas, what up, fam?
Moving over here.
I gotta do my reset this thing for mine. All of them. Hey, fellas, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Let me get in here and get my peoples together. Now, how did I miss all these people? Stoic Dog Man. I see Eli Monster. Let me see here. There's somebody I missed. King Yosh. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Henry James. What up, fam? Appreciate that, Hemi. Big shout out to my man, Fresh DGSB. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Dembry. What up, fam? I'm just trying to get the names in that I may have missed here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Cecil Jackson. What up, fam? My man, Burning Star. Mr. Burning Star in the house. What up, fam? My man, Chico Nicholas. What up, fam? G-Bills in the house. What up, fam? RBG Lone Wolf. I see you, fam. Like I said, big shout out to my man, Mr. Henry James in the house. What up, fam? Okay, I think I got everybody. Again, big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank fellas. Look, please do me a favor, hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button to all my people out there on the back street. I just want you to know I see you. You know how this works, man. Just hit the like button. Hey, fellas, I got a PSA coming in the end tonight. I want y'all to be able to stick around for this big PSA that I'm finna unleash on y'all. Things finna change. Just fixing to be changed in the doghouse. I ain't gonna forget this. I'm so sorry I could not find that, and I had it. I went all the way up to the top, to the bottom. The story is definitely in there.
I was just thinking about what's up, everybody. I was just thinking about one. Let me see. Let me get some internet around here. Mm-hmm. No, I liked it. Oh shit. You guys remember Texas Express? You know, they had a lot of dogs back in the day. Let me see if I can pull up one. I was trying to think of what Mike was talking about earlier about the dogs and just how I noticed how they changed I think it only changed because there was just more people, meaning more people, more competition. It had to pick up, uh, you know, either we picked up getting in it and being able to see it, because there's a big difference between what we seen in Carolina compared to what we seen when we got up north. There was a total difference. A lot of the guys down in the South, you know, they had good dogs because they was right there in the South. You know, they can't be getting them up from guys, like Atlas and all those guys down there. You got all them guys down there. Them dogs is getting into these boys' hands. Now there's a lot of guys that had nice bred dogs. Like we were saying about old dude that had Buster D. And I ran into Tony Wade. Look, look at the dogs that he had. So they was getting these dogs from the very people. So there's no way in the world they're gonna tell us that it was some funny shit going on when these guys had their dogs. So me, I've always said, if you go back in all their pedigrees, I'm talking about from Tony Wade, even us, and go back in their pedigree, somebody, regardless of whether it's prejudice or not, they were still letting their dogs get out there. So I don't never think it was really a color thing in the dogs themselves. You might have a different encounter, when it comes to dealing with dogs. I know Triple M, one day he's going to show up and tell you what happened with him when he bred the Jeep. And the money they spent back there in the 80s, you know what I'm saying, just to get it done. They was paying 90 prices back in the early 80s just to get that breeding with Jeep. But I'm going to say that for him to tell you the story on that. But in our case, maybe it was Sheriff Powell, because Atlas and them were just pretty cool dudes to me. I think every guy that I met down there was cool. Yeah.
You was at that match at the Robinsons.
Yeah, the Robinsons, yeah. It was cool. Old man that had Mr. Triplet, he was cool. I mean, it was all, you never see. It might have been that way, probably looked that way, but when it came down to the dogs, it didn't seem that way. I think the dogs was the common factor. Because, I think in the 80s, things started changing, because I saw guys with nice dogs on their yard, and they was coming off of the guys that was letting them go. So, no, I think the dog community, it didn't really matter when it boiled down to the dogs. And I don't think it really did. Now, I'm not talking about making breedings and all that stuff. I'm talking about the significance of matching the dogs, and getting matched dogs. The brothers couldn't be matching the dogs if these dogs weren't turning out to be good dogs that they was getting from Tom and James Edwards and Atlas and Fletcher Chavis, and, all of them.
Pope was cool with Abernathy.
Yeah, Pope was cool with Kimsey Woods. He was cool with Abernathy. He was cool with everybody. He was cool with James Garrett. He the one who bought us Goldie. So, and then he was in the journal, and they, doing articles. They called him the Ohio Buckeye. Buckeye Man. That's what they called him, Buckeye Man. Sometimes Ohio Buckeye and just straight up Buckeye. He put some pretty good editorial things in. You know, he could talk good. You know, so that was pretty interesting with him. But you can't say that they wasn't getting good dogs because that's the only way we could have got in. Right? So it definitely wasn't no color thing. Not when it boiled down to it. I mean, look at Ozzy. Ozzy was one of them guys that was never funny. Ed Farron was never funny. I mean, they were selling dogs. Just like Carl Cruz might not have liked them, like people, but they were selling dogs. Fletcher Service was selling dogs. Denny Green, he had good dogs. And when you whooping people with good dogs, they do what the same thing they did to the Masons. They're gonna start finding something to whoop you because they did. They went and got Molly B and they went and got Red Lady and they went into Denny Green and they shit. And they beat Apple and they beat the daughter Apple. You know, so, you know, it gets around to, you know, and that's saying a lot because you're using snooty Molly B going into Jocko stuff. Champion. Apple. And her daughter. You know what I'm saying? So you know them was good matches. And look at the color. You know, it didn't matter. So that probably stopped their winning streak because Mr. Green has some pretty good Jocko dogs. But then they, you know, in the end, if you look at them, you know, those that got out there and stuck their head into that steep competition, you know, took shots. There was a couple of Jocko dogs, Argo. You know, so, you know, it's not like, you know, it wasn't happening. Termite was just a good dog. You're talking about Termite is one of many. You know what I'm saying? And he survived test of time because you still find Termite dogs out there. You know, he's probably the most well-renowned Jocko dog outside of Miss Jocko. Miss Jocko gonna carry you a long way. Messing with Yellow. You know, that's sketched in stone. So you got two good ones, Jocko dogs. You got Termite, and you got Miss Jocko. It's gonna always be out there when it comes down to Jocko dogs. Major factors never have been. You know, a lot of people wish it was like that, but it's not. You know, you got to cross it, and if it's crossed right, you know, it didn't never really just take off. Never did. Maybe because he didn't get bred enough or a lot, but he got bred enough. And he's in the right pedigrees. In right pedigrees, you know, they have surpassed the time. So I just don't see, no, I never seen the color thing. And if it was one, you know, I think it was a neutral zone when it comes to that square. It's neutral zone. You know what I mean? Because they was really, at that Fergie match in there, everybody was there. You know? And sometimes you be wondering, the way they be slinging words across, you know what I'm saying? Because Cash literally got into it with Fat Bill. Remember that? Little spat they had? Yeah. But you just see some good dog meat. It ain't about the color. Not to me. some of us, we have black and white in our families. You know, it's not something, you know, we was, you know, keen to. Hey, I'm going to pull up. I wanted to bring this dog up because we hardly ever talk about these dogs when I be talking about buck dogs. This grand champion Buster Brown. Now, to me, this was a damn good bred dog. And for the life of me, if you were to ask me why didn't he produce? Remember this dog here. That's a good one. But you won't, you know, it's very seldom that you see these dogs like that, you know, that surpass time. That was bred good. And I always thought this didn't click very well, even though it's heavy polio. All the right stuff. Crystal, little my sister, the grand champion Candy. You notice they all had that one thing in common. If you notice, Queen of Heart, you know what I mean? Candy. These were straight destroyers. And kind of put you in the mind, you know, that if you look at it, that's almost like having Queen right here. You know what I mean? And you're crossing that back with the buck. Now, I have yet to see a good Boyles cross, and I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but let me take it back here.
My man Anthro said Buster Brown and Cannibal Candy were sold to Germany, and that's why you don't see them in pets anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They were sold. Appreciate that, Anthro. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam.
Yeah, Cannonball Candy, she was another nice one. Cannibal Candy, yes, she was a nice one. You're right too.
Big shout out to my man RBG Lone Wolf coming in with a 2-piece super sticker. Showing the love. Appreciate the love, fam. My man, Mr. Jeffrey Carter, welcome to the Shark Tank fam. He said, what about those lockjaw kennels? Marshall McCray blood. I heard he has some nice bred dogs R.I.P.
Yeah, like y'all knew have some nice ones. Remember they had that some pretty nice dogs.
Big shout out to my man Itchy in the house. What up, fam?
Yeah, this was Candy here. I know because my boy Millbuster had her. I seen it, he had a big picture, pretty picture of her. Yeah, I had he had just sold her to Russia when we had got Mikey. Remember that Best of Show winner came from Millbuster. I spent a weekend out there with them and had a lot of fun over there in the DMV.
Nacho Rancha. What up, fam? He said to the twins in the chat, man, you gotta love the look on Buster. That joint nice.
Yeah, he looked like a buck dog, but he remind you of yellow buck in them. You know, and they always all of them. You know, I say, you know, when you put that Mayday in there with that buck stuff, you see the bodies that those dogs produce. They produce, you know, pretty nice built dogs. You know, and not to say, you know, even with the Bulls dogs, you know, this stuff down here is bringing your roughness. That is no doubt.
My man Hemi James said also, you won't see champion black bumpers in many pedigrees as he was killed in a kennel accident at a young age.
Yeah.
You're right, Hemi. These things do happen.
He produced some pretty nice dogs. So you gotta admit, even back then, you know, before it, you know, it really started sinking in. The boiled stuff really started sinking in. Guys like the Jersey Boys, these dudes came up off of these dogs. You see all these winners, all these is all up there in that Jersey area where it was really hard to win. Imagine you got to deal with them boys out of Philly, Buffalo, Jersey, straight up New York, Canada, PA, DMV. So for these dogs to win and to maintain like they did, that was a good thing. I just was so surprised that, you know, that what we could have did with this to make it better, because it really didn't produce what I thought. You know, these is okay, but you know, this is like a Mayday shit right here. You can't ask for something better. You know, maybe if y'all took the sister, a Little May's sister, and bred Candy the buck, maybe we might have seen something different. Well, they better than Buster Brown. No, that's her being bad to Buster Brown. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the judge. I'm talking about this breeding here. Yeah, I mean, and it produced too, but not like the, you know what I'm saying. You know, this is some overseas shit, but nice breeding. I just feel like the buck didn't kick in. These were some pretty good match dogs, but that's a power breeding right there. Maybe it had too much bolio. Maybe you could have added some yellow and really made this thing the ultimate. But they stuck to a formula that a lot of great dogs came out of. Jersey Boys had a good one. Strictly Business had a good one. But on the all in all, as far as production, I'm surprised. I see match dogs. But me, I would have been trying to figure out this little trick here. I probably would have took Candy straight to Buck and got something better. I ain't taking nothing away from the sister because she did produce the grand champion. Can't take that away. You know what I'm saying? She had a Little May's sister right here. She was bred back into it. Really didn't do much. I think you might have got some, great match dog, rough female. You know what I'm saying? Bred the Buck. You might have seen something different. But these guys are some pretty good guys right here too. See, all of them is up in that area. Becky and Candy were little mates. Now, that's the typical. That was the typical. This is what that Bolo stuff was doing. And as you can see, it was working. But it just seemed like maybe they didn't do it enough. Maybe it's just too many great dogs in there. What you think, fellas? Think we could have got something a little different? We'd put some yellow up in there, some red boy. What works with me? I'm still trying to figure out what works with these Boyle's dogs anyway. You know what I'm saying? I never seen that ultimate combination of you definitely had a consistency of getting those freaking natures now. Because when you got one, these are some pretty rough dogs. They fast and they rough. And based on what you see back in here, you know what I'm saying? They bought a lot up and kept bringing it up. But after this part right here, it all just went, not just speaking on just Crystal, Candy, the whole little setup. You can't get more bolio than that.
Hey, shout out to my man Union County. I see you, fam.
Yeah. Let's see. That's a good one. We spoke on, and that's that Buster Brown stuff. Dogs that we, to make they would make that line right there. It didn't really go far, but for that area, they were some pretty rough dogs. Jersey Boys and them, they blew up. They took great advantage of those Boyle's dogs and did very well. And that was up there in the New York area. And then they was also winning down here in the Florida area. So they was making their mark. They started, they was up in Detroit doing good things too. You know, I think the weaponry was the Red Boy dogs. Like I said, I seen them starting to lose. They were losing the Red Boy dogs. Long matches, those dogs was like durable. They could withstand all that murder shit they put down. Then when it come their turn, because you didn't gave all you had in, them comebacks. And I think that's where the Boyle's dogs started dying off.
My man Anthro said that's why Hargrove, Lonzo, and Mountain Man never fed many Red Boy dogs, yet they lived in Red Boy country.
Yeah. Well, one thing for damn sure, the Red Boy dogs surpassed a lot of shit that they still ain't caught up to. You know what I mean? Because they it's one thing to not like them, but it's another thing when you got to try to beat them. Harry and them had problems running around here with them Red Boy dogs. I mean, Harry and them could remember, Harry is like Ozzie Stevens. I give Harry Hargrove and Ozzie Stevens, they are definitely legendary names. Because they are definitely bulldoggers, true to the core. True to the core. But even there, you got to figure it out.
That's like people who don't like Mayday dogs, but always trying to beat one and couldn't.
Right. There's another dog. That was a pretty good dog. If you just look at it, you can see the bolio. The characteristics, the bodies. There's just characteristics all over that. And if you look at this breeding right here, it's almost the same concept of crossing the bolio with the Eli stuff. Down here on the bottom, you're going to have some Red Boy. You see? Old Frank Jacobs. Oh, Mr. Miller. I think that would be Dave. See, they was trying it. O'Hare was trying it. They go root. You see what I'm saying? And that's Harry. And you see what I'm saying? He was trying to cross that Eli stuff into that Red Boy. And believe me, this Gator dog was a bad boy. I mean, Champion Mickey was a bad dog. He was a real bulldog. But it's still that same old combination. It's just another combination of damn near without the Red Boy. Remember I said maybe that shit would have probably worked if they would have added some Red Boy to it. You know? Because this was one, he was a bulldog. He was a bulldog. He didn't produce a lot either. Because they got in some trouble. But I would have always wondered if they had took him and bred him into some buck stuff, what you would have got. You know what I mean? It's the Tombstone side. Yeah, that was that was a pretty good dog. Yeah.
Pull up Klaus.
Let's see what this gives me. Stabber.
That's what itchy. He said because we forget. He said we Tuffy and Goldie, that Klaus blood you ignoring. That we ignoring.
Well,
Tell me how you feel about the stabber shit,
well, I mean, how can he see you coming in all late? If you come to enough of these shows, you wouldn't even make that comment, son.
Itchy!
Itchy. Behave. You can't say that, Itchy. Look, I'll let the Shark Tank tell you. What do you mean, Itchy? Twin always talking about that Stabber stuff, man. Butcher Boy Stabber. That's the key factor in them damn buck dogs. Whether it was Undertaker, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even matter. Damn, what is my boy? Tom Ratliff. What was Ratliff's name? Why do I can't get that right? Somebody help me. Because, you know, I got a brain fart. I'm trying to get Tom Ratliff's kennel name. I know Gaston was Undertaker, but then
Eli Monster. What was Ratliff kennel name? I'm sorry I missed your call too, man. My phone was in another room, Eli. He said, word, I caught the last end.
Yo, no, I want you 100%, man. Now, you know what I'm saying? I'm with you 100%. I'm always talking about those Stabber stuff because there's a difference between Golden Boy, you know what I'm saying, and his line in the Grand Champion Buck side. If you give me Patrick's Tater, I'm going to be dealing with Stabber. You give me Golden Boy, you ain't getting Stabber. So I feel like, you know, that his true pedigree, Buck's true pedigree, is going to have the Stabber stuff. Why? Because the production of the dogs. The production of those dogs, you know, if you go back and look at Golden Boy and they line, and then you come back and look at Buck and they line, yeah, they all patchy dogs, but go look a little closer. Go look a little closer. You know, you will see why, you know, he hurry up and change Buck's pedigree back to where it was, because you're going to get production out of that way. You don't want nobody to be fooled like Golden Boy was going to be throwing some shit. Because Golden Boy might have threw some decent dogs, but he didn't throw nothing like them Stabber boys. Stabber was the man. So we know this would be Tuffy here. That would be Tuffy's pedigree. You know that even when you're crawling around, you know, even when you're crawling around, this is damn near some of that old good bulldog stuff. You're gonna see conventional stuff. And what else you see in there? You see that old family red? You best believe when they start poking a lot more of that in there, that's where that color started changing. This is old family red right here. No doubt. You know, remember I was telling you about old Sheriff Power and them Lightner dogs. And remember I told you I saw Stevenson's Big Ben in his yard. So, you know, it all comes together when you see, you know, what they was doing in the earlier days. I know how Powell got a hold of him. Those dogs that created Tornado. Because he's hanging around with one of them old cats down there in the Carolinas that probably could tell him about Centipede. Because the same man right here is the man that I saw Stevenson's Big Ben at his house. You know, Paul, that's probably where he got them Lightner dogs. This is all family red down in here. Shipley and Wallace and them.
Anto, you must be a dog man. Hell of a dog man. Because you remember this shit right here? He said, due to origin and era in 50s, Pete Sparks reported Cachola crosses winning in Cajun country. His magazine and those hounds types are why Floyd Boudreaux selected destructive black dogs.
Mm-hmm.
But that Cajun country was a damn, I mean, didn't nobody play around too much down in that Cajun country? Because when you went down in that Cajun country, you better have a bulldog.
You better have a bulldog. You're right.
It was like that back in our time. Not just the 50s. It was like that damn it in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, Cajun country was a rough place.
Don't go around that playing around in that Cajun country. Unless you had one. And when we generally went down through there, we had to have one.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. But yeah, I like the Bolio stuff. I like the outcome of what it really, you know, the outcome of what it really did. See, this is that. See, this is almost like the Golden Boy stuff. The thing is with this stuff right here this was the key factor to Buck. This piece right here. All this here.
Well, that's what Itchy said. Itchy did say, Garner's Patty is Golden Boy to the Klaus blood.
Yeah. Let's see, let me pull up Golden Boy. Golden Boy is going to be Tombstone. See, this is Golden Boy, see? What do you see? This is the Tombstone. The Mahoney's 2. Yeah, you see Goldie, you see Bolio. But this is not the same thing as the buck stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference right there. Man, he said he wanted some Mahoney's too. Pat Patrick gave Buck to the man as Mahoney's too, dog. Tombstone stuff. That's what he wanted. He didn't have none, so he gave him that one. Came clean later to let him know. I want you to be breeding that way because, you know, that ain't the way you want to breed with that shit. And I guess they followed lead. I know STP did. STP never liked the Golden Boy part of it. And when you go beyond that, you can put Buck there, but let's go down there and see what else we get. And you can keep on trying to look and see what else you get. You know, so you just cannot say that this fits. This does not fit this. Okay? Now you see, this is just red, baby. We know all this. Little Tater, you see them all. You know, she did her thing because you got Crash. Remember, these are the Tombstone. This is the vice grip stuff. You know, you're gonna see that. Them, you know, vice grip was like this. Them Holland Word Dogs was like that. But you don't see no production. Yeah, Uptown Stubby, it was good cross, but there was a reason for that. You don't see not a winner in that Golden Boy stuff. All right, you see it the Hank. You know what I'm saying? You see it Tombstone. And it wasn't. This wasn't even the factor. This was your factor. She was the key to all that. She was. The same key she carried. Went right on down there to him. Now we take this bolio here and cross it. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between Golden Boy and Patch's little Tater. You know, you don't see no Mahoney's too. You don't see the bodies like this over there in Golden Boy. We've seen all them red Patrick dogs by way of little Tater. And I say again, no Mahoney's too. Common factor, Mahoney too read this way to her, like everybody else was crossed, but who was able to throw the massive production line of the dogs when you cross these two? That and just the way Buck produced, you can almost look back and see that you would have never thought Buck was coming by way of Golden Boy with all that production when there wasn't nothing else in that shit producing nothing. Production is right there where you see it, right here. all this. Just like you see that Fitzwater's Goldie and them other pedigrees, you're going to always see him linked to some good producer stuff. You'll find him back there. Anytime you come to these bulldogs down there, that red baby, you know, when you see that stuff, hey, look, face the nation, man. You know, they can always argue the Golden Boy story, but the dogs speak for themselves. We know damn well Buck look more like that dog than anything like Golden Boy, and produce like these dogs. So, you know, I wouldn't even, you know, I'm going on the fact that the man knew what he was talking about. You know, there's Patsy Lady in red off a little Tater. We know that goes back to Mayday. We go down here, you know what I'm saying? We go to Reba. You know, these is damn near, you see how they being bred. That's Rose in them. With the Tombstone stuff. Boomerang. Yeah, you see it. And you'll see this very same dog in Mayday's pedigree. But that's the factor is this dog right here. I'm just keeping it real with you. We get Tonka his production. Can't take that away. We got production all down in here. But this go looking for common factors. You better be looking for this. Steady throwing that Mahoney's tooth bolio up in there. You see it. Just wanted to show you where it went. You go Baby Lively, a bad dog herself. Dolly and Polly, registered merits. There you go. There's my boy. Oh, Wiley. Oh, Fargo. But you see what how they bred that? They crossed some Boyles with Jeep. And then went down there grinding with the Bolio. Almost, I mean, if you took it and looked at and went to the total breakdown, this is gonna have Bolio all up in there. Up here, down here. You're gonna have that combination. See, these are dogs that we just don't, you know, when you look at the Boyles dogs and you see how they was using them, you know what I'm saying? Like the Red Oak stuff, that was pretty good stuff. There go old Rocky. But when you breed them, you know, this is what you get lucky and get. Old Sniper and Sadie Day Wiley. Yeah, he was a bad little dude. He was a paw eater. Wow. I always want to snatch him up. Another one of them crosses. You don't get him in you don't get him in the big numbers. You don't get him in the big numbers. But they still keep falling in there. Remember the red oak stuff? Balls crossing. With a little Eli in there. Things that we know they do. Things that we know work. Let me see this Fallon dog. Okay. This one take a peek. Beetle Bailey. I mean, when they used to advertise him in the journal. And see, to me, that's the Eli Boyle. That's the Eli Bolio cross. That's what. Remember, I told you there's that Boyle's line, that Boyle's brand. That's a Boyle's brand line of dogs right there. Same shit. You see that combination. Same shit. Same dog. Black dog. Produced that crazy little badass female right there. Blacker than all outdoors. You know what I'm saying? And that's still the two cross. We go looking at the Tombstone boomerang crosses, you know. But that's why the Buck and the Queen of Heart breeding was such a good breeding. Some nice dogs came down by that way. You know what I'm saying? Yep. But you see good bread, you see good bread stuff. What y'all think of that?
Hey Mo, you know the story on Vietnam Spike Dog?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Anthro said they had bred Patrick Sheba to Reno twice, and man, champion Rolex's brother was the only one not to curve to Vietnam's curse-snapping champ Spike. Sheba was a pregnant daughter of Homer, who was
That's right. Yeah, Spike was a curse snapper, but he was whooping champions with that curb bite. That's a good combination line breeding right there. No, that's the full. That's down there covering down there all the Patrick you need. Got the right stuff. Remember I said you throw a little yellow. They've been doing this right here. They've been trying to making moves like this right here, taking that Patrick stuff, Golden Boy stuff, and dabbing this stuff right here in there, man. I think you would have seen a whole different lineup. Because this is about the prettiest lineup of dogs, that you may find in today's bulldog. Yeah, I had a chance to bring her home for $700. I could have walked right off the yard with her for 700. I just couldn't get over the feet stepping in the dog shit. I just couldn't. I couldn't get over that part right there. But if I had to do it again, I probably would have bought Katina home with me. She was a cold dog. And she was pretty. But these dogs, this is a nice breed. And that's bringing and that dog that's a bulldog right there. Yes, sir. See, I think you would have been dealing with those type of dogs back then if you had have did that right there. If you just study and take a look at it, the dogs. When I remember, I made those little suggestions even when it came down to Queen. This is still Buck Bolio stuff right here. So they got Buck in there as Golden Boy. Mm-mm. That's a lot of that's the two. It looks like it works better for them that way, but we know that ain't it. That's some bullshit. Down well yellow wouldn't have worked with that shit right there. See, Pancho and them was this stuff. Champion Hammer and all them. Y'all tell me what you gonna find in this dog. Remember I told you about Crash and them? Tombstone stuff. Remember I was telling y'all about that? This is the part that I was talking about when you had the tooth dogs. These are my only tooth dogs. See them? They go Tombstone. That's the difference between the buck stuff and the Tombstone stuff. Where they call it in 1 minute, you call him Golden Boy, next minute it's Patrick's Tater, but it's really going to be little Tater, the daddy. Little Tater is when you see the shit work. And that's just keeping it real with you. And they produced decent dogs. They definitely did. But you get them little extra boosts when you actually look at the way these dogs is bred. You know, where'd the bulldog come out at? I think this dog right here put the bulldog in him. Yes, I do. The same yellow stuff that created Meta and them with the same cross. It still got the same lineup. Major factors was all in there. Major factors is all down in there. And you still just adding more of the Hollandworth stuff on top of the yellow stuff, which we know gonna work. But you best believe it ain't the Golden Boy shit that's making the shit click, because I'm gonna keep it real with you. The vice grip stuff was good carry along, but it wasn't no factor. And it really wasn't. No, they had to add that Mayday in there. You know, Jack. But I bet you if Jack had to do it all over again, he would change. He would have went for the yellow dogs instead of those dogs right there that he did go after, like Poncho and Sonya. You know what I'm saying? And he was smart because he knew. By the time he got this dog right here, got Katana, by the time he got this stuff right here, he started realizing this was not taking him nowhere. And it was definitely some good dogs. It was definitely good dogs. I ain't taking nothing away from Poncho. Because one thing he did produce, he produced game dogs. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm going to keep pointing them out. Little Tater. That's the buck stuff. The very same shit that damn near created Little Tater. pointing these things out, why things work the way they work. Tombstone. That's the key. Yeah, to me is that was the key to everything from right here. No, not taking nothing away from Tombstone because he took off and ran his own way. You're gonna find you're gonna sit in these dogs here. You're gonna sit in the Boyle's dogs. You know, the Maloney's too. But you know, you're just not gonna sit in the Golden Boy shit. It's not. It's just totally different. The Maloney's too. Tombstone crossing the Boyles is so much better. You know, Golden Boy couldn't even fit the profile. You know what I'm saying? So you know it's a bad fit to go grabbing it at that dog, trying to make him a dog that created such a great dog as Buck. Now, you know, as I go through these, you know, they have some good game dogs now. Yeah, you just go down through them. You see a couple winners, and you know they like old Eli stuff. You see a couple winners, you see a couple losers. You know they made it all up north. That's OG Posse in there. That's up north. And he was a puppy peddler. That he was. They all had that shit in common. They were the boomerang. Okay, Mike, go ahead, give me the number, boss. Oh yeah, talking about this one here. Yeah, O'Malley. Yeah. Okay, that's O'Malley.
Dolly, Polly, and Molly.
Yeah. And then when you look at what Tom and them and Wildside and them was doing with this shit, and you see it down here, but gotta look a little deeper. This shit, it's the Tombstone stuff. You see what I'm saying? The Mahoney Tooth stuff. See, see, Gold Boy. No struck behind that shit. match dogs. See, and these is good breeders. But then when you go look at the meta in them, and then when you go look at these dogs, and then you go look at the buck dogs, how could you not see that these are one of the most stronger lines even when we talk about Jeep and White Buck was number 3 on the ROM list under yellow. You know what I'm saying? For many years. Jeep, yellow, and buck. Patrick is just as much as important to the game. And you got to keep on remembering with all this bolio stuff, we just don't want to keep forgetting how this dog was bred. You could never say that too much was too much. When you breed them like this and continue to breed them like that, generations of that. Ready for that number? Yeah, that's just a good thought. Okay, ready.
Big shout out to my man Gullery Kennels in the house. What up, fam?
I gotta take y'all back a little further so you can see the combo. We see it here. And you see it here. I like the cross. I definitely like the cross. Court's still out on the future. But these are now dogs. So, when I look at them, I look at now dogs, I look at them like, okay, if I'm on the bus, I can see something different. But when I look at the now, I see a real nice bred dog. You know what I'm saying? But I see cracks in the armor. Good cross. But by the time you breed this up here, all this right here be gone. They be back there in the 5th, and now we're looking at this right here. And what we see in this right here, you have to go back here to the 5th and see what's wrong with this. That's all. That's it. See, when you go to mess with these here, it drops all this back there. You know, when I go back and look at pairs, I look back here, and then I watch degenerating, slowly degenerating, slowly degenerating. Hopefully, because that's how it goes. It looks good on paper. You know, and if you're breeding for papers, yeah, but you know, at some point, this is what you're living off of. Because that's the most interesting thing about this pedigree, this right here. But you just seem to lose steam, losing steam, great asset. But, you know, that's the now crosses, you know. Now crosses, you just, you know, if they look good, you just got to figure them out.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Marcus B in the house with you. With you. What up, fam?
Okay, I'm going to make sure I get my dog in the night back up here right quick. Hold on, Mike. I'm trying to get my boy back. You know what I was talking about. I'll go ahead and put the number up. I get him back before I go. You know what I'm talking about, though. Silver bullet. Okay, I'm ready.
306-264. This is from my boy Fresh.
Yeah. When you see this stuff right here, you already know where this is going. You know? But yeah, I can't be sleeping on none of this either. You see what I'm saying? That Bolo Tombstone, that Mahomes too. You can't keep forgetting about this right here. What made it the factor? Okay, let's just go down here and take a peek and see. We already know what we're going to see here. We already know what we're going to see here. Anytime you got this down in there, you're going to see this right here. And you go right back up here to that tooth stuff. You're going to always see this. You're going to always get a result. Tell me I'm lying if I ain't. Okay? You're going to see it. They need that stabber. If you want consistency, you know, and when you do the breakdown of this, we know what that looked like. You know, we're going to get back into getting back around the line breeding. You know, we back around there with the same shit that damn near created Bolio back here. Boomerang sister. You know, these dogs took off on their own paths. There was a reason why Frisco produced good dogs. Because kept getting bred to good shit. So when we look at these dogs here, we're looking at basically the same thing. You know, the boys cross. One thing changes is the name. But see, when you're getting shots like these right here, and you just moving right on up the ladder, and you got your gaps filled in pretty nice, you're bound to get one. You're bound to get one. You know, the combination is just so strong there. Falling off. Coming back strong. You know, good line breed. Good line breeding. You know, thank God for the top. The top to me is what's the factor. Good going on, got a lot going on the bottom. You know, and they bought it over just right. But the top is the factor.
Bulldog said you looking for Silver Bullet. He said he sent him in your search. I got another pedigree for you.
Yeah, I seen him. Yeah, I got it. I got him, baby boy. Thank you.
Shout out to my man Marquise B. I see you, fam.
Way to go, fam. At least somebody paying attention. Somebody paying attention. Thank you, fam. Help me out here, man. I hardly ever get anybody to talk to me out there. I just leave me in here to just run my damn mouth. Nobody want to call in and take over the show. Nobody want to help me out. Y'all just keep leaving me out here doing this. Yeah, I'm talking shit now. Yeah, got another number. I like this dog right here.
Fresh.
I keep trying to tell y'all better stop sleeping on that Garner stuff. Once you figure it out, you got it. You know, and I'm speaking on those who got it. You know, you got to do your homework, and you'll find out there's certain ways you can trick this stuff to work for you. You know, believe me, this right here is the thing I always tell y'all. This is the key piece. He has to make a decision to make his yard better. What must he do? With everything between what him and him is doing, it's time for them to make a move. Great move. Great move. It's still what's the mindset of the breeder. He makes that decision. You're always going to hear me put that down on the female. You're going to always hear me say, man, it's all about the breeder and his frame of mind. Okay? He had to make this decision that I'm going to take this and breed it to that. Because he sure as hell needed to do that. Because if he had added some more of this shit on top of his shit, it would have just been just worthless. He needed to bring some help because he got the help down here. There's all the help right there. It's all right there. It's all right there. He know he got a chance. He know he got a chance. But he made a real smart move breeding to such a strong, well-bred bulldog. You know, I can walk down through there and be like, yeah, that's how you do it, baby. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got what you got, cuz. You know what I'm saying? This is the kind of point I'm trying to make. I'm going to take my female and I'm making major decisions. And that's just me being Tom Gardner standing on the yard with my name all over my shit. That's like me taking the brat, breeding her back to mate, and then taking that kid, mate to, and breeding back the brat. I mean, I'm doing Tom Gardner shit. You know what I'm saying? Preserving. Keeping it right. Still throwing shit. Still producing shit. This is how you get it. Learn it and figure it out. It ain't all about just taking it and throwing it together and cross your fingers. You gotta have some type of understanding as a breeder that the person with the female that's coming in heat that got to raise those puppies. Elmo is bred very good. This dog had every right to be a grand champion. Good decision, Aggie. You know what I'm saying? That's how it happened. That's how it happened. And again, I'm relating right back to this piece right here. You always hear me say that. He fixed his pedigree. Yes, he did. Okay, Mike. Oh, yeah, you want another number? I might have to put him on the side burner. I'll take off. Okay, I'm ready.
8783. This is by way of my man Wimmew.
Okay, yeah, oh bamboo. Yeah, this is the same. This is Black Ice Dog. Yeah, you know, he swear that's the greatest buck dog. You know, bamboo. You know, gotta give it to him though. Still, what do you see in that pedigree? You see all that little tater? Little tater. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get all that stuff up in here. Little tater with buck. You know, this is good producer stuff right here by itself. I mean, again, look at the pedigree. And you wonder why he's got these winning dogs here. And didn't have to go far. Yeah, you know what I mean? They go ice. See what I tell you. He be talking about his Bam dog. Bam! Bam was a nice little dog. Very good. Yeah, and look at the color now. Looking like some red double shit, huh? All that Gaston up in there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You only see that type of red all over there and other stuff. Come on now. Y'all know them Miss Leaky dogs. You know them. Somebody sent you an email and said that that's what he did. Yeah, you know, we go to the back street, you know, the back street always slide in. Twin, you was right. That's exactly what happened. That's what he did. He got Sundance and swapped him out. Yes, sir. There was 2 red devils, as they said it was, and it's the truth. But good job, fellas.
Bulldog said his stuff come down off of Mike.
Oh, yeah? These are boys right here. One bad he beat a highly regarded champion in the islands for his championship. Yeah. But look how he bred, though. You gotta give it to his breeding. We always talk about hardcore in them. Milo. You know what I'm saying? That's that Jeep Rascal stuff.
Big shout out to my man Future Kennels. I see
With
you,
the
fam.
yellow. You know, more yellow. Telling y'all, man, y'all dab that yellow up in there, man, on them Bolo dogs, man. You see it work. You see it work. Anytime you're in doubt, go grab your scout. Go find you some Bolo.
My man Union County said Reno threw some. He said Reno threw some the highest percentage of great dogs, and he was not bred even close to as many times as most.
Yeah, but, you know, Reno was up there on Windy City Yard. I had a picture with Reno. And I can tell you this one thing for damn sure. If I can go back and find him and pull his shit up. That the boils in there? No. We gotta get back to the boils dogs to do that. I was on Blackie. But yeah, I'm gonna go back and slide down there through that one with you right quick. But these dogs right here, these wasn't no bad dogs. No, Gina boys, they also had Chanel. You know, Mayday's daughter. She was a wrecker. I go back to this right quick. I'll pull her up right quick. Should be this one. Yeah, give it to me. She was a 30-minute killer. She won a lot of her matches quick. Looking like a version of Brat. Thurston like Hella. Yep, she just had a red nose too. Like Brat. Just go back where I was. Where I was. Right here. No, well, Wilma, if I'm correct, another termite dog, she produced Morocco. You know? Process Morocco. And old Dickie, Work Kennels ended up buying that female. No, this is the one Work Kennels had. But that was a nice breed. I don't know about the offspring. Remember, never say never, Mike. But nice breeding. But then that's hardcore kennels. We've seen a lot of their stuff. So anytime you're in doubt and your shit ain't kicking up enough dust, all you gotta do is go find you some yellow. Make it a good one. I can guarantee you, if you go find you some yellow, even when it got some Jeep, because I did say yellow in Jeep dogs, if you notice, you're going to always see them around. You're going to always see them around. There's Jeep, and there's yellow. Always a good working combination. You see the same thing when you go over there and you see Grand Champion Buck going to Awesome Baby. And then taking that right there, Grand Champion Buck, bred to a Jeep dog. It produced Miss Nico. You see the same damn combination. Go to going hard shit, you're going to find some Jeep. You're going to find some Jeep. I'm just following the pattern. Just following the pattern. I understood that much. Because these dogs were steady coming out winning. It wasn't just him. You know, it was real consistent here. You know what I'm saying? Real consistent. Yeah, let me go to Reno. You know, Reno's always been part of that. To me, that Boyles, that's a Boyles brand right there. There's Rolex, the Fonz, people up there in the New York area. They go Buck. Nice bread. But again, as I go working my way through here, keep working my way through here, keep working my way through here. You see what I'm saying? When you're working your way through here, you see what you get? He might not have been good as his daddy, but he was definitely a competitor. Buck was another good one. You know, it just shows for itself. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But he's not really all in because of this. No. Mm-hmm. Rochester Combine, they have some pretty nice ones. Again, guys, it's just like I was saying about that Patrick stuff. No, we can still dig in there and we still see shit related to G. Eli, Bully Son. You know what I'm saying? I just always wonder if you really wanted to make some stuff jump off and be hot. Me, when I would have been adding me some yellow to it. Just gonna keep it to you. I would have been throwing me some yellow all up on this shit. The only reason is because, you know, the gameness. You know, just the gameness. Okay. It's 12:21. Yeah, ready.
65953. Just by way of windmill.
Well, Tennessee Dog Pound always has some good shit, y'all. And they was very, very, very hard to whoop. Yeah, Tennessee Dog Pound was the one to beat Lil Rat. With that little, I think her name was China. That's a nice bred dog, though. But you know, these boys is no joke. Definitely. And they knew how to get good ones. Look at the Jap dog. That was one of their first ones. And that's the real. This boy right here wasn't nothing to play with. No, he wasn't. No, and that's like Ohio bred right there. Kingfish, Art. Then you got Art's missing Hope Jeremiah. Come on, man. And they was bulldogging. Yeah, and you see how they breeding. You see how they breeding. Nice. It looks all uniform. It looks consistent. We didn't get it. We got a drop, but we had the makeup plan. This is what I'm talking about. This is how you be successful. When you can start drawing it up and it's looking like that, you're on to something.
And my OG asked a question. He said, hey, OG, you think it's better to breed best to best or follow a formula?
When I go best to best, I look at the dogs and then see if there's even is there a formula there. Especially when you say best to best. Best to best to me mean they winning. Best to best to me mean if I'm taking these 2 grand champions or a champion and a champion female, champion male, grand champion male, champion female. That's what I call best to best. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking at each individual dog and saying the attributes. What made this dog great? Okay, then I go look at that top dog. That's what made this dog great. Now, somewhere in my analysis, it has to reach back into something that has already worked. I'm supposed to be able, me knowing the way the dogs are bred, I should see the formula right there. Especially when I'm talking about best to best. When you say best to best mean, this kind of shit we got on the screen. You know what I'm saying? You see all this going on down in there? You see all this stuff that's going on? You see what they doing? See, that's when you start talking about best to best. You're still taking your female coming up with this grand champion Jap breeding to this champion male. They being real smart about that. You notice that? It still has everything to do with the female and decisions and what is your frame of mind when you took this dog and went to Herman. What was your frame of mind when you was thinking about this queen dog and decided to take her to Rock? These are major decisions. To get these type of results, that's the formula. You see it. He's constantly doing it. He went from doing this to doing this. Straight on down the line. Boom, boom. That one, let me go over here. Boom, 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 boom. This one here, like Choo Choo. He must have liked Pinky even better. Because he could have sat there and just line bred the shit, but he didn't. He took the best of what he did down here and took it to the best of what he did up here and said, let's do this. Now, either it's going to come together and work or it ain't. It worked. You one of them things you would have to sit down there and study and say, Twin, well, what is the contributing factor? What made Rocco so damn good, Twin? You know what I mean? You look at that stuff and you see it and be like, okay. They're picking it's the choices that they're making. I got a mic request. That's her daughter there. I'll find her. She's on here somewhere. I guess that is her. This ain't the one I want, though. Mike, what did you want to point out on this money? Huh? Actually, you're damn near right about that, babe. Why is that the only one I could get? I don't know how to do it. I get it like this. Where is she at? She's in there somewhere. There she go right there. Okay. You want me to go to do the best of the best stuff? I would say it was best of the best. I think the mood, the whole purpose of them buying this dog was to do that right there. I mean, Even though she came from the yard, the move that they made right here to go back and put Mayday on top of it, and the smart thing about it is when they used the Stone City run. You know what I mean? Yeah, this was a genius move. They had that much Mayday in it. You know what I'm saying? And like I was saying, got all the right Jeep, because you're gonna find Jeep all up in this stuff. Nico, you know what I'm saying? Competition, more Jeep, whole lot of Mayday, whole lot of yellow. Yeah, those are those moves. Back to that dog. Where was that? This one. This one right there. See, these kind of moves right here. I keep telling you, man, when you see a factor, man, you got to know it and you got to ride with it. You got to ride with it. Now, Shaka, let me just help you on this one. Look at that. Can't get no wilder than that. You see the old family red on hanging on around in there. Yeah, yes, it is. But you just don't forget. Heavy player up in this. Again, we still dealing with heavy players up in this. You want to get it right? I'm trying to tell you how you get it right. That's the hog. You can guarantee you, son, that this stuff was some old family red. Williams there, yeah, that's old family red. A lot of these dogs is old family red.
Big shout out to SFK Fred in the house. What up, Fred?
Yeah, you'll see me back in the day. You'll see me while I refereed the Rat Show. I was a judge in the Rat Show, and they was Tennessee. Let me see if I can pull it up. I did it wrong. Not Tennessee Bat Boys. It's Tennessee Dog. Am I right? Let me see. Yeah. Spell No, I don't see her. I do not see her. Nope, do not see her. But yeah, she was a. Yeah, they have one named Champion Sheena. She was a pretty good one. Mhm. Okay, Mike, that it? China, her name was China. She was champion China. I know it was Stone City's Rat or Little Rat. I think it was Little Rat, but I thought it was, yeah, it might have been Rat. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know how true that is. I don't think I can say that. Let me see. Let me make sure. That's the mom. So it wasn't her. No, it was her that lost. She the one that lost. This one here, I saw her, but I judged this one. She lost. She got picked up. I say Cheyenne. Nah, it wasn't her. No, it was her. She lost to China, Tennessee Dog Pound. Yep. And she lost going for a championship because China made champion and she didn't. Because this one here, she died. That's why I know it wasn't Little Rat, because Little Rat was not the one. Because she couldn't have got sold after she got picked up. Because that was Little Rat. That was the mama. This is the one. She lost one. She lost going for her championship to Tennessee Dog Pounds uh, champion China. Mm-hmm. Yep. Go ahead, go stop him. I'm trying to find my boy. I'm going to put him up. Silver, put him back up. All right, Mike. This is gonna be my dog of the night. I have a lot of honorable mentions in there. I do have my honorable mentions. Rocco, was it Rocco, Mike? Yeah, it was Rocco. Rocco was one of them. Yeah, Storm was one of them. These are my honorable mentions here. Rocco and Storm. I'm rolling out Rocco and Storm as my honorable mentions. No runner-ups. I would give them runner-up. But I gotta give my boy Silver Bullet. Anybody know what I'm talking about with the Silver Bullet stuff? You know, he has to get dog of the night.
I mean, Anthro said IBM pushed almost 4 pounds when he stopped champion Nico.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Yeah. IBM pushed 4 pounds uphill when he beat Nico.
Well, Nico was a 40, back 43. IBM was definitely not in his 30s. And that was a long little show. Mm-hmm. And then Nico traveled. True. Yeah, Nico traveled. So they probably gave Nico a little weight because of the travel. It didn't help, man. It really didn't help, man. And IBM was just a good dog. You know? I seen Ward Kennels have a good dog and go to Puerto Rico and lose to Yellow Buck. You know? So, it's all in how it go. You know, sometimes, like I seen Mayday, he went over to Puerto Rico and he won. Came back. You know, some of them just able to do it. And some can't. Well, you don't know that until you lose. But I'm not really quite sure about the 4 pound thing. Not really quite sure about the 4 pound thing. Malik, he was a little confident guy, that's for damn sure. And you can't blame him for being very confident. But it was a good long show. He didn't go in there and just blow him out, but he was definitely more of the dominant dog over Nico. That's for damn sure. And Nico kept blowing hot, so there was advantage changes in there, and it was like, Nico couldn't really get his act together because he spent a lot of time trying to recover. So I don't know too much about the 4 pound thing. I know he was strong. They really couldn't tell. But it was a good one. Any more, Mike? Yeah, that was a good one, though.
He said Nico was 51 pounds. All right, let me see. I don't know if he's still stuck or froze. Hold on. If y'all can hear me, bear with me. All right, fellas, we back. Sorry about that. Computer went to an update on us. Hey, but look, as we was finishing up on that right there, we were saying that this IBM right here, y'all. And if you notice, IBM chain weight was 57. His condition weight was 48. So, just so you know, if anybody was going uphill, it would have had to been Nico, because Nico was not that big. I mean, and to be honest with you, seen Nico, and he didn't seem that he was not a big dog.
No, he wasn't.
But can't take nothing away from that IBM dog. Nico was a good dog. That's just one of them dogs. He ran into a better dog.
Yeah. IBM was stronger than him and everything.
IBM was he was just a better dog, you know. He was bigger than Nico. Just by looking at him, you could tell that there was a difference in the size. Mm-hmm. But still can't take nothing away from IBM. And he beat some good dogs. It's another dog. That's that one-hit wonder we be talking about.
Yeah. He got famous after beating Nico.
He beat Nico, became famous. And I think he said after he beat Nico, he went over to the islands and beat Champion Max and somebody else. But I thought he picked up his wasn't his championship against Nico?
I think so.
I think you're right about that. I think IBM picked up his championship against Nico. But if I remember correctly too, I think Nico was going for his grand championship. He was. So, just to give you a little insight, we all ain't dead yet. I'm just saying. All right, fellas. All right, man. You know.
I definitely seen Nico. He was dominant at that big. And IBM was stronger than him, faster. He was everything better than
Yeah, he
Nico
had
that
everything.
night.
Yeah. Hey, fella, I appreciate y'all for showing up and showing out tonight. Big shout out to all my peoples in the Shark Tank who participated, shot them pedigrees across to help us prove a point.
Yeah, that was good. Great show, guys.
You know, we talking about DOGMAN, dedication. You know, what does that part of us change? Does the results, you know, of wanting to be, you know, as far as the work that they put in. I mean, we went through a couple of pedigrees and just basically just based on the work that was put in. You know, you put in the work, just what everybody was looking for. You know, you're looking for that accomplishment to be able to talk about dogs like Nico and Mayday and all the other ones we talk about, simply because they were inspired. People were inspired to be able to, you don't know what you're going to do when you do some of the things that we do in this game. The thing is, they stay, when they get it, they stay consistent with it. When we got it figured out, we were consistent with it. And if you notice, most of the people and most of the pedigrees that we sit here and look at, they be consistent with it. Because it's at that point you see what works, and you try not to get away from what's working. There's no need to fix something that's not broken. And the mentality of a lot of these dog men was based on the work. You know, I think Mo always make that good point about the females. And, you know, I was telling y'all about Fat Bill when he was talking about, when he made that comment about wanting to be, a dog man. What you want out of it? What's going to be driving you? And that is to be able. And I think he did accomplish his goal. If that was his mentality back in the day, history has shown that he was able to do, and because he spoke it into existence because he did it. I got dog, had dogs that had Fat Bill back there. That's when, you done something when you got, you still see your shit over time. See, a lot of that just comes based off of putting in that work. And it don't happen overnight, gentlemen. It takes years to be able to do, the things that we were looking at tonight. These things didn't happen, the next day. These things happen over a time period. And that's the good thing about knowing the history, because if you notice, everybody picked their own poison and you lived and died by the choices that you made. The box was the results. And if you're also seeing a lot of, take for instance, even Nico. Here he is, 4-time winner, 1-time loser, but a great producer. And then you look at IBM, great grand champion. But wasn't much there to scream about, but, that one-hit wonder, because could he ever produce himself? Now, who do you blame it on? Do you blame that on the Malik? Because I'm pretty sure he with a great dog like that you would think that we could have got more production out of IBM. Or something that worked. But history shows us it didn't happen. And I'm not saying taking anything from Malik and his breeding program. But again, you look at the pedigree, and then you look at the dog itself. You can't help but respect the pedigree because of the greatness of the dog. The dog was about that life. So it's not something that happens overnight, people. And I speak for us in the past because we're going to be living under different circumstances than y'all are. Yeah, we all took the risk. Yeah, we all, was trying to do the same thing. Some better than others. But when it all boils down to it, when all the talking stops, you can sit there and you can look at the pedigrees and understand why we breed best to the best, why we speak of formulas, because most formulas, as y'all look back, Mo be going all the way back to his, what's his dog name again? In Little Tater? Stabber. Oh, Mo go all the way back to Stabber. See, Mo used to do that back in the day, though. Not just Stabber. He always had to make sure that when he went back, he had to find his Ebo. If he couldn't find these certain dogs that was going to make a difference, not any dog, but the best of certain dogs, he wouldn't mess with it. Him and RKP, they were stricklers like that. And when he goes into these pedigrees, he pretty much knows, he's seen enough of them. But there's a reason why you took that female to that male. He pushes that. I believe Fat Bill pushes that. Because if you're trying to make something that's going to last, there's no need to try to force something to work that ain't never work. It ain't never worked. After all these years, it ain't never worked. And you think you're going to get something new? These bulldogs don't, It's shocking, but you don't find too many one-hit wonders like IBM either.
You ain't gonna find too many tight bred boils dogs like you used
And
to.
you ain't gonna find them type bred Bulls dogs like you used to.
Everybody trying to add some
Because
eggs
you
to
know
it.
you add a little bit of here and you add a little bit there, but it's you got to go back and see what worked. I think what we do here when we go back, we just basically be trying to show y'all, hey y'all, this shit worked, and most of the time he's sticking to that ROM and POR because it works. You know what that means? That means it's able to produce itself. I mean, these things here didn't start right here. They actually started back there. We just copycat. You need to bring all that shit back here and bring it up here because it's meant to be up here. You just got to get it there. Not everybody works in that process, but then that's how the process works because we have the dogs to prove it, and they worthy of talking about. So, as a lesson, hope y'all get something out of that message and respect the message because again, it ain't our story. This story has already been written. You know, as a dog person, as a dog man, dog woman, whatever you're trying to do, it's not a matter of what decade or what time frame. These dogs are still going to be the same dogs. It's just what's going to be your purpose and what are you trying to get out of that dog. And it's up to you to make it famous. It's up to you to give them a reason to talk about. So to me, these doors are wide open moving into the now. They're wide open because, I mean, if you're really trying to do something new, what I tell you, you're going to have to do. And I think it's important that, you know, the community get a little bit tighter to try to make these little things happen like these dog shows and confirmation shows. If it don't do nothing but at least get you all together in the same place. Give you something to have some kind of competitive nature where you get that, you know, get that out your system. You know? Because that's what's going to make these dogs continue to be the American Pit Bull Terrier instead of the American Pet Bull Terrier. You just got to find another way of putting them to work. And I think treadmills and running walls and all that, even if it ain't the same, but I can tell you that even doing that shit, y'all, to be the best of the best to do it, when y'all start doing it, you're going to see some amazing shit out of these dogs. To me, just not enough for y'all doing it. But enough for y'all do it and establish the criteria of how to get it done. It's going to work. I believe it will work because now you're going to be setting a different format based on how to grade, you know, all the unique traits and abilities and the quality of your animal because it's always going to matter. It will always matter, and especially as long as you keep picking up them damn pedigrees. So we all had that bug. That's what the history was built off of. Our itch. You know? So ride with it, take what you can from it, and try to do better. You know, and I don't know if better is be better than what we were because I mean, I don't even see the comparison. Too much history back there. But I don't have anything, no problem with what it looks like moving forward. But what I will tell you is look at the pedigrees and let's talk about why we talk about these dogs. Why are those dogs so special? Why is it when you have this combination with that combination that works and then you see the same combination but it's missing something and it don't work? Self-explanatory. All you got to do is put in the work and pay attention. Because in the end, you'll never know until the time passes. And again, like I told you, if you haven't already done so, don't forget, you got Schoolboy out there, you got you got Fat Bill out there. You can buy journals off. Some people, I know it's ridiculous prices trying to get some of them old journals, but it's just good to know the history, and that's all. Not trying to tell you to do what you do. Hell, I ain't even trying to get into that. I'm just trying to educate everybody on the history, the changes in the history, and how through all the bullshit, everybody, guess what? We were all still able to have competitive dogs to compete. Win or lose, because it comes with being a dog person. So, but through all the taking of the chances and through all that time, at least in the end, I can proudly say for ourselves, that guess what? We do have something that we can be proud of. And that's all, that's all that mattered for us. Being able to at least attempt to do what they were already doing. Have something to show for it. Show them that, yeah, we was doing our homework. Yeah, we was out there putting in that work. Because was the mentality. Now, that same mentality is not going to ever go anywhere. But put it towards something else, it would have the same effect as, well, I'm not going to say that because I don't know what that effect's going to look like. But for us, we can say, based on our way of thinking, how we did things, we were able to enjoy the fruits of our labor based on what everybody else was doing. Because without them, we wouldn't have had it to do. Because it's not too much out here that hasn't already been done. The thing is, trying to make something new, yeah, it'd be different. But then that's the joy of being able to start something new. Which way you want to go.
And let's just start standing up and getting on those people we all on Facebook with their puppies fighting.
Yeah, and another thing, I seen the video, I still watch Thompson, and I seen when his puppies got into the little squabble and he had to cut the video. And I love the way how he came back and he addressed that. But that's the way it's supposed to be handled, the way he handled it. That shit that I see on Facebook, and that's, to me, that's crazy, because we all know that all puppies gonna do this crazy thing. We know that. The last thing you want to be doing nowadays is glorifying something that they gonna want to do anyway. Anybody ever had pit bull puppies? And we told y'all a long time ago that when we had, how old puppies were when we had to start separating them. There's a reason why we had to start separating them. This is what is part of the American raising of an American pit bull terrier. You don't have to train them to do something that's going to be there by nature. You're not doing anything by showing puppies going at each other, because hell, they gonna do that anyway. That don't make them great and famous and they about that life. They gonna do that anyway. So those are the things that you don't want out there in the public, because they still think we got to train these dogs to do what they do. No. These dogs do what they do because they were bred to do what they do, and they love to do what they do. I know that might sound crazy to some of the tree huggers, but then that's over 100 years of reality. Let it go. Because you can sit 12 people in the box and they see dogs going, little puppies going like that, and they're going to swear to God you trained them to do that. Well, we know better than that. But who's going to teach them? Who's going to teach them in that little bit of short time period that you didn't have to train these dogs to do that? This is what they do by nature. These type of accidents do happen. They might be living together 1 minute and then boom. You know, this is why I never really took chances of, you know, letting our pit bulls run together. Because the minute something happened, oh my gosh, they might tear up the house. Or might come home and want, you know, these kennel accidents. You know how many times you've read the stories about these kennel accidents. But we have to learn to educate the oppressor now. Because now we're being oppressed. We just having the damn dogs, you know, is not even safe anymore. Because having a breaking stick and a treadmill makes you a dog fighter. And you don't think that's danger? Come on. And then you turn around and have little puppies squabbling on Facebook like it's all good. Like, no. For those who've seen Thompson's video and seen how he handled that, let that be the benchmark of how you deal with situations like that. And explain it the same way he did, because he had a great explanation and how he dealt with it. It is what it is. If you're a dog man or woman, you should know that. But now what you need to know now is handle it the way he handled it. Because that's what makes a change. That is what will bring the reality to something that looks like it's bad, but it's not really bad because it's by nature. And it's how you control and how you handle it when you present it back to the public. And you don't want that bullshit being portrayed like that when it's something that you know, and I know, they don't need no help doing that. They're going to do that anyway. So I just thought I'd bring that up before we close tonight, because I think responsibility is the key, and togetherness is what's going to be needed to fix the problem that is in front, and everybody is at some point in time is going to have to deal with. It might not be today and be tomorrow, but sooner or later it will catch up with you, and you need to have your tools in place of how you want to handle it. And so for this Tuesday night, appreciate everybody for showing up and showing out. I love them, the roses and the thumbs up, but guess what? I'm going to do it again any damn way, because I still got 43 people in here. I don't need but maybe 10 to give me some more love. Give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give me some damn roses, roses. We need them damn roses. Show some love, man. Show some love. You already know Mo had his dog in the night. I'm going to let him get back in here and deal with that situation. Hey, but I told you I had a public service announcement that I was going to drop down on y'all. You know, YouTube, you know, they sent me the little thing, and they're trying to get more people to, open up with the memberships. They're going to be starting to pay a little bit more money for the shorts and memberships. Now, I told you I never wanted to get into the membership thing. But you know what? Based on that money value they're putting on there, I don't know how long that's going to last. But maybe because they get a certain percentage of those memberships is why they're trying to push it. And they're, we're talking about Google. They need to throw money somewhere, so they throw money at us to throw, memberships at you guys so they can get more money. And if it works like that, hey, it's been working for a lot of people like that because we're small compared to some of the big channels that's out there making a lot of money. But I might be trying this membership thing. Because the time I got to April the 21st to take advantage of what they got going. And, I don't, as much as we give y'all on this show, I think before we would do anything as far as being able to give you guys something back for what you're spending for a membership, I would be over in Patreon. Because over there you can have a membership and you're going to have a better conversation than the conversation that we would have with I just don't feel comfortable with having an open conversation about bulldogging on YouTube. Because we try to stay within our, I know to a lot of, the tree huggers out there, we walk a thin, fine line. And that's because we talk about dogfighting. But, dogfighting has a history. So, hey, we're going to talk about it. But it's not something that I would sit down and try to take advantage of, and as far as a membership, because why would I charge you for something that we are already giving you free? We're not going to be, I don't feel like we have to get into it that way. We're going to do a membership thing. I'm going to try the membership thing because they got it out there, but one thing that we don't take advantage of is writing the book, doing our merchandise like we're supposed to. You see how late I was today. You see we get later and later because summer's coming and it's our time of the season, and you see what the economy looks like. Things getting rough out here. You know what I'm saying? So that rough is going to trickle down to any and everybody. But even for us, we're not trying to walk away from these dogs, this YouTube, this channel, until we're ready. And right now, we're just still making it Tuesdays and Fridays because we owe it to not just to y'all, but ourselves. Because until we decide together we're not going to do it anymore, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And I'm going to try the membership. I'll throw it out there. I don't know how much a membership costs. And then, is there something special I'm supposed to give the members that I think I give the Shark Tank, a platform where they can come, talk, share. Everybody's got their hardware, and we just going to be rolling like that. But memberships, I guess you pay that every month, and you want to be able to have something different than what we give you for free. And I haven't figured out what that is yet. Now, if I happen to do the Patreon move, that would be a totally different story. Because then we can have an open and a different conversation. Not that we're going to be promoting or doing anything like that. It's just the restrictions on how I talk and what I talk about would be a little bit different over there than what I got to worry about over here on YouTube because of being monetized. I mean, if I said an N-word 2 times over here, they won't even monetize that video. So, never understood that part either, due to the free speech thing, because I know we don't do nothing to hate. And dogfight is no different than them talking about murders and people being shot, but they have their reasoning, so I let them have it. But I thought I'd throw that out there to hear your opinion on it. What could I give you with a membership that I can't get, that you haven't been receiving already for free? Y'all hit me up in the comment section. Let me know how you feel. Even give me some input about, Patreon would be the move. Because, back in the, people kept, I got a Patreon account. It was just, hell, we barely get over here on Tuesdays and Fridays. You starting to throw another day on Patreon, for members and having people over there pay. And hell, you want to, if I'm going to have people paying for something, it's got to be different than what we already giving you for free over here. So, it's something that we got to take advantage of, But I'm asking for your help. So, you already know, you got the email address over there on the little ticket to run across the bottom. You can always reach out to us in email or just drop a comment in the comment section under the video. I try to reply back to everything. So y'all help me out before we get out of here and drop a note on me and let me know, how we're going to deal with that moving forward. Because I still see my team out there, my loyal folks, they always showing up, showing out in that Shark Tank. And I think we got over 500 and something views. So I know y'all out there still watching on the Tuesday night. So help me out as we move forward through this 2025 and help us make your experience better, because now we're looking for more input. We're looking for people who want to advertise these dog shows or want to share ideals, because again, that's what, if we're going to have a platform, we want to use this platform not just to tell you the history, but help you whatever you need help with to move forward. We're not here to talk about you or put you down. We're here to just use our platform to help where there's help that's going to be needed. The only way you can find that out is you got to just either scream out loud, hey, twin, what do you think about this? Twin, you think you could put this out there? Twin, we're doing a show over here back coming up in September. You think you could help us out? Yeah, I could do that. And I would reach out to all my viewers and everybody out there and say, hey, let's spread it like wildfire. But then another thing I see you guys are lacking in is you got to hit that like button. You do, because it is free. And being I'm not one for donations, you give because you want to give. You pay your membership fees because it's something that you want to get involved in. But again, if you're going to support the channel to where you appreciate what you're giving you. Well, I don't need a membership, because there's nothing over here that that's going to be any different than if I had a membership. I don't have no secret conversations. There's nothing over there secret we're going to be talking about because you got a membership. I haven't figured that out yet, because I told you, we are open book over here. We put it all on the line, put it all on the table. We tell you how we feel, and we share our experience. Don't mean we always right, but then it's our experience. So who's going to know what we know better than us? That's why we share it with you. But help us help you. By giving us some information. Tell us what you want more of out of us. So, we don't go back through medical no more. Molder ain't broke out the microscope for all the new people that we done had. So a lot of that stuff that we did early, don't really want to revisit it. But, if people ask to revisit it, we'll revisit it. You notice you have never seen me, go back and take different pieces and make our past videos a part of anything that we talk about. Because I say that for our way out. Where I can go back and hit every single conversation I felt like there were key moments. That's the video I want to have going out. Something that sums it all up and show you all the funny moments and all the funny things being said and comments that was made. Just might be the most drama show we ever had. You know, when you start putting all the drama in one, might be the biggest video we ever had, and it'll probably be the last video. But until that moment, you know what I'm saying? I'm saving them moments. I just want to make more moments. I just need y'all's help. So y'all help me out, help me get there. So until then, I need everybody to stay safe, keep doing what you're doing, and remember what we always tell you. This game don't come easy, especially when you're dealing with these dogs. But you can't be scared. You can't be scared, excuse me. But you better have a backbone and understand why we always on that S2W. And for those who don't know what that means we always. Let them know, Mo.
Always.
Damn it, we always
Scratch
to
to win.
Y'all know how we do. You know how we do. Make that a part of your repertoire. Hold on, let me get in here. Where your dog of the night at, man? Which one would you go with? You had a couple. Rummy Bullet?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go with dog of the night, y'all. Going to be the one right here. Champion Silver Bullet. Let me get some music going here. Yeah. Y'all enjoy the week. We'll see y'all Friday. Yeah. Good idea there, Itchy. I see you, fam. Good idea, fam. Appreciate that.